This is you. You remember? Yeah. Abby sometimes watches and listens to you on stream when I watch.
Well, Mal's still to come.
Yeah, I don't know where he is. I'm just waiting for him to send me a message on Discord.
Right,
He
good
said,
evening, everybody. Anybody that's there, if you're in the chat, please let us know now. Please say a hello. And then we know that we're live. One Pocket Slim's arrived, so he's in the tournament. Bill's here. That's going to be the first match.
"Do you want me to talk or?"
Well, they'll hear you anyway, and we'll soon know if they do once we get some feedback. There's nobody saying anything yet.
Well, why don't I log into YouTube as well just to see?
Well, probably you're quicker doing it in Twitch.
Twitch then. I don't mind.
Whatever, because Twitch will come up quicker, but all we need to know is somebody's there.
Right, let's have a look. But the problem is, you might hear two voices then.
That's right. That's the problem with having a stream on in the background. That's why.
Yeah.
That's the problem we had with what was that guy, Mr. Deanster, that came in the other time.
I'll tell you what. I'll go on my phone. So then I'm not on the computer then. So bear with. I'm just gonna load up. So I'm on Twitch.
Well, there's still nobody. There's still nobody saying anything, so nobody's in a hurry to type anything in the chat.
Right, just bear with me a sec. I'm gonna just do a test with Abby. I can hear us both talk.
Right, wait a minute. There's Bedhead. Now, Bedhead can give us confirmation. Welcome to Friday Night Nine Ball, and let me know if you can hear two voices in the stream.
Yeah, so basically, I've just gone on Twitch and I heard us both.
You did?
Yeah.
Right. Well, that's once Bedhead gives me confirmation, then I'll know everything's okay. So you heard the two voices. Well, that's good. That was Semi-Pro you heard in the background. Semi-Pro just give me a hand to do a quick test for tomorrow night, which hopefully you'll be there to see.
Can you rephrase that, please? I gave you a hand.
You said you gave me a helping hand. You were the first guinea pig I could grab a hold of to give me a hand, and you were more than willing to do so. So
I'm actually glad that my Isma didn't hear that.
Yeah, and remember you're sworn to secrecy, so say nothing.
Yeah, it's all good, mate.
Right. Well, well, the only thing is Mal isn't here yet, and while Friday Night Nine Ball's on, I'll be keeping an eye on what's happening. So I might drop in and have a quick spy on you and see how you're doing.
Well, I just think I bloody hope he turns up because he said tonight at 7. What's time now? Oh, it's not even 7 yet. So yeah, it'd be interesting. I'm going to record it anyway.
Well, that's good. I'll watch that tomorrow if you've got it. If you've got it on, are you record? Well, you're not streaming it, are you?
No, I'm not streaming it. I'm going to record it.
Yeah, well, not in VP4. I hope not VP4 record. You recording it?
I'm going to use Ob's recording.
Aye, that'll do. Yeah.
But you won't see his player view. I could probably change the view to his player view, couldn't I?
Right, there's guys joining the stream. Good evening, everybody. This is Friday Night Nine Ball. The bracket's already up, drawn, and because we've got a full house yet again for about the 4th or 5th week running, and we've got Semi-Pro in just killing time with me to do a quick test to make sure that you're hearing both voices coming through, which we've had confirmation. And Semi-Pros.
Everyone's lucky that I took myself out of it tonight.
Yeah. Well, you might end up doing commentary if Mal doesn't turn up. because there's no sign of him yet.
Oh.
And we're knocking on the door at 7 o'clock, so we're about to go the first round of the tournament. He's going to keep you waiting and boiling.
Yeah, well, I'll leave you to it. I'm going to shoot off.
Right.
And if he doesn't turn up, I'll come back.
Right, thanks again for your help.
That's all right, mate. No
and
worries.
good luck if he does show up.
We'll see.
Right, see you later.
See ya.
Now just give me 2 seconds, guys. Back in a sec. Right. There we go. Brackets up. And the first match we're going to be joining tonight is going to be... where the hell is it? I can't see it by looking at it. Mr. Bill and One Pocket Slim. We'll get in. Now, I have... now, Semi-Pro is sworn to secrecy, just to let you guys know. And I'm going to have to change the cloth. Hang on a sec, once I've done the lag. Semi-Pro was in for a particular reason, to do a quick test, just to make sure my sound settings were okay with my XSplit Gamecaster. I've got other things to mention as well, as a bit of a disclaimer, but that's another issue that most of you will know. I've had problems with the PC rebooting. We don't know what it is. I've tried all sorts. But anyway, to cut a long story short, Semi-Pro was in doing a test with me just to check the audio is okay on Discord, as well as what's feeding through my stream. So as long as you can hear 2 people in the stream, that's good. So we've covered that part of it. But he is sworn to secrecy as to why I was doing that. But it was Semi-Pro, and he's supposed to be meeting Mal for a warm-up match for tomorrow night against Albinario. So Mal's still to show up. I don't know whether he's showed up yet. I think he's on my friends list. It will show up at the bottom of the screen if he arrives. It was supposed to be at 7 o'clock. Now, my PC could re-up. There's a strange thing that I've realised with the PC. Whenever I do a restart, the PC boots up, everything's fine, and I could be in Virtual Pool 4, I could be in anything, I could be doing anything. The PC then does a restart. And then after that, touch wood, it seems to be okay. And the only problem I found out today is there might be an issue on Microsoft Flight Simulator, because I went into it and downloaded a whole heap of updates, 10 gigs worth, and now Microsoft Flight Simulator won't work. It goes through the loading screen, and then as the bar goes along to about a third along, it crashes out. That might be because I went backwards with my graphics card driver to see if that was the issue, and that's maybe why Microsoft Flight Simulator isn't working. But it's a 150 gig reinstall or an update in the graphics driver to test it, and I'm not prepared to do it. And I just hope that the PC holds up tomorrow night as well as tonight. But a quick word of warning, if I do crash out, if I do have a restart, that'll be the end of the stream for tonight, because there's no point in restarting things. So if it goes okay, fine. If it doesn't, and we'll lose the stream, then that'll be it for tonight, folks. As it will be tomorrow night if it happens. Touch wood. All of this virus thing, I've done a full malware check. I found those Trojans that I had, 5 of them, and it was those, what did we call them again, Bitcoin miners, which are mean little bastards they are, and it could be damage that's caused by them, because I still get the kernel 41 error, which is to do with a power issue, but it's very vague. It doesn't really let you know what the problem is. It only tells you that's what it is. And then when you go and Google everything, you've got a whole heap of people telling you all sorts of things it can be. It can be this, it can be that. So anyway, there is an issue there. As to the real cause of it, I don't know. I'm prepared to live with it for the time being, because basically sticking this thing in a car and taking it away somewhere to get fixed is not exactly the best time to be doing it. So we'll leave it at that and see how things go. But anyway, if you can't join the stream tomorrow night, make sure that you watch it on Twitch or Facebook at some point. It should be interesting, and that's all I'm going to say. And we should have a very good match. We've got a couple of warm-up matches that are going to cross over the main match. So no matter what match we're in, we're moving to the main match. I don't care what score any of the other matches are at. We're moving to the main one for the evening, which will be Albinario against Mal, provided everybody turns up. So meanwhile, after all of that, Bill and Slim are going at it, and Slim is looking okay for taking the first rack in a race to 7. Was the audio breaking up at the beginning? Yeah, I mean, Steve, that's how that's what Steve was asking me yesterday. I've had loads of people asking me if I got this fixed, and I've had loads of people saying, go out and check, take the go into the board and check everything's set properly. But I'm not a PC expert. I've never built a PC and I've never dealt with components of PC, so that's a bit like the car. I go into the car and I drive the car to work and everything's fine. If I have a problem with the car goes to the garage and the guys fix it. I know nothing about the technical side of components and stuff in PCs. I've never had that interest mechanically. So if there's a problem, then somebody's going to fix it, but it ain't going to be me. And it could be something simple, but I'd do more harm than good looking into a cavern that I've got no clue where things go and what things are. But we never really, well, they're in this second rack, but we never really had a chance to look at the bracket. So we've got Houdini against Zwiley, Mr. Bill and Slim. Larry's up against Bankster. Remember, it's handicapped. It's Moneyball handicapping. We've got Popman playing Christian. Mr. Fox playing John Boo. Kerosene playing Spectre Dawn. Stubb is playing Kenway. Sergresh playing SD92. And I'm going to have a quick drink. And well, I knew I had a holiday coming up, and I thought I'd put it in for the first week of the World Snooker Championships. I'm going to have to check when I go to work tomorrow. It turns out I'm off next week, so I don't know whether they've got my holiday in at the right time or not, because next week isn't the start of the World Snooker Championship. It starts next Saturday. But if that's it, I'll take it anyway. Well, Slim was destined to be leaving the big long cut in the 6-ball, but now that he's missed the 5, the 6-ball's acting as a blocker. The cue ball hit the rail. I'm looking for a foul coming up there, and then I thought, well, why is the cue ball up the table? Because it hit the rail. Oh, Slim's out of practice reading his angles here, and then that could be the fatal move. Well, it was supposed to be Prince Philip, but he couldn't make it. And I agree with what Rotor Monkey's saying about things are simple. Well, they're simple when you know how and when you work with them. But certainly not me. I've never worked with them, so I won't be touching it. Like I say, I'll end up doing more harm than good. Has Mal turned up yet, by the way? I haven't seen his name appear in the lobby. I think he's done a runner. No, I haven't. He's not here. He's nowhere to be seen. Well, I mean, the main thing they'll have to do is run it and test. They'll have to soak test it to actually see the issue, or do whatever things that they do test to try and trace the issue. Well, Mal's supposed to be showing up here to have a warm-up match with semi-pro, but I think he's taking a rain check, as they say in the States. Well, we'll get 71 in the lobby again. We'll never seem to hit 71 and then it dies. So, one rack all. Bill and Slim. Both players from the States, in case anybody doesn't know. Now, why did that camera jump all the way around there like that? Oh, that's another thing I want you guys to tell us. Do me a quick favour. All of you press Control-Alt-Delete and go into your task manager and tell me what VP4 shows up on in task manager in terms of power, because mine is saying very high for VP4. So you could do me a favour and let me know what your task manager shows. Well, I think it's more than luck I'm going to need. I think it's a Visa card. You can let me know how VP4 shows in the task manager. Whenever I run it, I'll look at it. Not just that, any game, but they all say very high. Hang on a minute. Well, I can't do that. Let me tab out for a second. What's happening here? Bill's going to get up 2-1. Be back in a second. Hold on. No, I'm talking about power usage. The tabs at the top, the one that says power usage, mine just shows very high. There's probably a percentage there as well, but it says very high. Unless your task managers are laid out different from mine. Plus, I've got Gamecaster running, which says very high as well. Oh, it's 8 o'clock now. But does none of yours... Yeah, so Nat Knickers says he knows what I'm talking about. As he's saying very high, Yeah, mine says very high. And it says very high as well next to XSplit Gamecaster, which is obviously the thing that's doing the stream. Well, I think you can. I think you can change the view up the tab at the top. You can change the view to change what information you see on the what do you call it, on the tabs at the top. You can show different things, or you can delete different things, so you're only seeing a minimal thing. I've got about 5 or 6 things listed at the top. So Bill currently in the lead. Now, is he going to play the combo, or is he going to play the billiard? Because if he plays a gentle combo, the 4's going to finish the bottom rail, and the 5's going to go in. Now, if he plays it that way, it's the same idea. It has to be gentle. Yeah, but there's a power tab, and it says very high, but it says very high for XSplit Gamecaster as well. It's just a pity I can't open it while I've got the game up. Well, you know, while I'm actually in this. If I go out, I'm tabbing out, and then you lose the stream each time I mess about. So I'm not going to mess about. But I was just wondering what you guys were showing as well. Ah, yeah, that means it's working normal then. Right, 5 balls going to go. So to any latecomers, you auto mute. What do you want me to unmute you? It's because I've got it private. It's to stop a whole pile of numpties jumping in. I've got it limited to 2, and you know, I don't. In fact, it's only limited to like 2 people in the 2 separate channels. So if I can't tab out, or I can't see whether you're in or you're not, because I can only go by what you're telling me. So are you back in the channel, Semi? Just say the word and I'll unmute you. Aye, what was I saying anyway? To anybody who has joined, don't forget the big match of the tournament so far is going to happen tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, or at least it should. So you're not there now, right? That's fine. And that's between Albinario and Mal 255, second round match. I think it's a second round match. Well, it is, because I haven't seen Mal playing any other matches. He got advanced in his first match because the other guy didn't show. And I will be streaming, provided the PC holds up. I'll be covering a couple of matches before it, up until 8 o'clock, because all the matches overlap. And then we're heading into the main one again, provided everybody's there. But it will be worthwhile joining. If you can't join, then make sure you get a chance to watch it on the reruns on Twitch and YouTube. YouTube will be there permanently. Twitch will be there for 14 days, then it'll disappear. So yeah, if you miss it and you can't make it, then make sure you watch it, because it could end up being triumph or tragedy. We'll see what happens. Good evening to Cobra. Well, I was thinking of introducing a pay-per-view where the tournament rooms can be actually locked. So Steve needs to, he needs to write a program for that, and then we can charge pay-per-view. I'd be very reasonable. It would be £1. It would just be £1 to watch the match in live stream. So, well, the balls are dropping in everywhere. How many went there? 4. We've lost the 3, the 4, the 6, the 8. And, of course, no shot for Slim. And there's a result through. Stubb in a hurry again. Comfortable win, 7 racks to 1. Now, that's how to nail a cue ball. How many times do I keep telling you? If you're going to play it and lock it, you have to lock it tight. Admittedly, it was easy enough to get the angle to the rail in that one, but you narrow the angles on a lot of shots and take out a lot of angles when you get really close to the object ball. And that's going to leave the thin cut and a little nudge in the 9. Now, if he hits the 9 half ball, he's going to head up towards the 2. If he hits it thinner than that, he might just edge it up, end up across the left-hand side of the table. He's missed the 9, which is good. The only problem is he's the wrong side of the 4, but he's got all the room that he needs to get up and down. This going to bed early at night for me doesn't really work out. I went to bed last night at 9:10, I think it was. And I woke up at, when was it? 3:05 this morning. And I had to go to the bathroom. And that was it. I've been up since then. I actually came into the VP4 lobby at 3:05 this morning. And I couldn't get back to sleep. And then I've got home, I had a short shift today, and then I fell asleep. I had something to eat, and then I had a snooze, a nap, and then I'll probably start falling asleep again once it gets to about 8 or 9 o'clock. Who's Terry? Is this Scratch Lot talking to Bill? Anyway, Slim missed a cut in the 1. And once again, Slim could be in trouble if Bill played the safety. I don't know whether he's got... Well, he's pretty much got it covered. But the old kick and hope by Slim hasn't worked out. Now, how's Bill going to pot this one and find a way out into the table with all of that traffic on that right-hand side? Well, this is tough. Again, this is where you really should run for cover because, it's okay, you can get the pot. I think he tried the combo there, but it was probably easier to try and find a way in behind that 6 and send that ball up the table because it was not really on for a run out. And likewise for Slim, he can do the same thing. Well, these Friday night 9-ball tournaments are filling up an hour before the tournament start. So if you want in, you've got to get in quick. And there was, I don't know who it was last night, was talking for the, there were saying, well, why isn't the bracket moved up to 32? Well, the biggest problem is you've seen how long these tournaments last with 16 in them. There's not one is any less than 3.5 hours. And on some others, they're nearly 4 hours, depending on how matches go. So if you start putting 32 in the bracket and you get more than 20 odd in it, then, forget it. I ain't going to be here to the end. and a lot of people aren't either, because it's tiring sitting there for 4 hours in a tournament. If you're getting to the business end of the tournament, it gets tiring. Well, I think that's the second result. That's Larry's second through to round 2 against Bankster. And of course, it's double elimination. Oh, we get 81 tonight. Well, that's a surprise. Don't tell me Shooter's Pool shut down again. Well, the bank. Now, Bill's going to have to be accurate with this. A pot and a draw, but he might draw into that 8 ball. He's not got much room to manoeuvre here, and that's the biggest problem with that shot. And he's struggling to make the angle off that side rail to get to the 5. He's now going to dig the jump cue out. Now, this will do well to stay in the table. It'll do very well to stop bouncing on the floor. But again, he's played it well. That's a good shot. I mean, how many of them do we see? If you get the pace too much, that ball just lands on the object ball and bounces onto the rail and takes the 2 of them off the table. But Bill doing everything to keep the rack alive. It's going to need a feather light touch in this 7 ball. He's had a good look at it because it's thinner than you think. You can easily push it to that top knuckle. And now he may well be dead here. Well, that's the worst place it could finish. It's another blind pocket cut and a danger of the scratch as well. And another result through. So we've got Larry, Stubb and Spectre Dawn racing through their matches comfortably, even though they're giving away reasonably good handicaps to these guys. Larry lost it. What am I talking about? Aye, I'm reading it wrong. It's now covered up. I think it was the Spectre Dawn one that caught my eye there. And then now I've got my little timer thing right in the middle of the screen. I can't see it. Bankster's done him with the handicap. That shows you I'm falling asleep. Well, at least I know what's happening in this match, unless I'm out of sync. It's 4-3 to Bill. I wonder what was Bankster getting there, like 6 and out or something. Where the hell is it in the bracket? He was only getting a 5 ball. Well, with the greatest of respect to Bankster, Larry must have been making some errors at the wrong time. Well, that wasn't a very smooth stroke there by Slim. Oh, that 7 ball just got nudged to the edge, and then the weight of it pulled it into the pocket. Well, I got lucky this morning. There's two of my work colleagues head up the same motorway as me to get to my work. And usually when I'm driving up in the morning at 5:15, at some point I usually overtake the Royal Mail truck heading to Glasgow at that time of the morning. So as I was driving up the motorway this morning, and the motorway's quiet at that time anyway, the Royal Mail truck suddenly put his brakes on, and then he went to the outside lane, and so I followed him. I thought there's something up here, so I followed him to the outside lane, and then he signalled to the inside lane in the motorway again, because obviously he was assessing what was happening up front. He could see everything that I couldn't, and then the mail truck went on, and then something else caught my eye. There was a guy waving at the side of the road. And then it turned out there was a car in the outside lane with its back end into the barrier, and then there was a truck on the hard shoulder on the inside, and then there was a car about another 100 yards further up on the hard shoulder as well. So there was some sort of accident that had just happened, because then I heard, when I got to work, one of my colleagues was asking me if I had seen the accident, and I said yes, because she just got through it the same, a minute or two after me. And then it turned out the third colleague, he couldn't, because he saw all the blue lights. He had to get diverted, and he was later getting into his work because of it. So I just made it by the skin of my teeth this morning, probably about a minute or two after this accident occurred. But seemingly the crash barrier got mangled, so it looks like an overtaking incident, to be honest with you, from what I've seen. I'm just glad I wasn't part of it. If I'd been 2 minutes further up the road, it may well have been near me. But that's what happens. Just when you least expect it, things like that can happen. Well, is this a combo? I don't think it is. It's going to the rail. But obviously the 6 ball will go to the middle, and Bill will go to the hill if he gets this. Well, if he gets a rat, but he's certainly not. He's trying to squeeze out behind the 7 here, and that's done him. Well, Houdini, see if we can get this result right. Houdini has beaten Swiley 7-4, and Sergeresh has beaten SD92, but I can't see the score because of my little clock thing. $7-5 was it? Good evening. Now, oh, I can't see it. See, I can't see the name. I'm just guessing. I saw the S. I can see the S, but I can't see the. I just guessed it was Sergeresh, but I got that wrong. Because I've got the little. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to move that damn thing. Hang on a second. Just hang on. What's the score? 5-4. Be back in a second. I'm just going to move this thing. In fact, I probably can do it, and I don't need to tab out. Wait a minute. Oh, yes, I do need to tab out. Hang on. I'll be back in a sec. Right, that's me fixed now. I can see all the results on the screen. Yeah, Spectre Dawn 172 against Kerosene. SD92 beat Sergeresh 7-5. And Houdini has beaten Riley 7-4. And meanwhile, Bill has gone awkward again in the 5. Where's that cue ball going? I think he's on the pocket. Yeah. And semi-pro's supposed to be giving Mal a warm-up match in quarter of an hour. Well, Slim has a chance to square the match. Looks all too easy, doesn't it? He's going to have to get that keep rolling. That'll do it. And we're all square. So we have a match. And of course, the obvious thing with this match is there's no handicap in it. It's the handicap tournament. It's money ball handicapping. Slim's got a couple of balls in the break, and one of them was a 1 ball. He's lying nicely on the 2, but he's none too good in the 3 now. He might, he might just have to draw straight back and find a gap there to at least have the shot in the 3. That way I can't see him get much of a shot anywhere else unless he thinks it goes past the 5 up the rail. So it's all about pace. And he's okay. Well, I've not seen him even at 3 o'clock in the morning. This morning I never saw him. Yeah, that's fine. As long as you're doing your part, I wouldn't worry about it. You're the one that's going to go through. If he's not getting emails forwarded to him, that's his problem. You don't have to worry about that as long as you're sending them out. I'm pretty certain if you don't have these things activated in your profile, you're not going to get an email forwarded to you. He could be getting them forwarded to him, but they're going into the junk folder and he's never checking them. So he's probably sitting there thinking the same thing about you. You know, he's just waiting on some come through, but he doesn't sound to me that he's the person that's sending out many proposals to people. So, one pocket Slim looks as if he's going to more or less turn this match in his favour. If he can run the 9 in. And in it goes. So this match is 40 minutes old. That just gives you an idea how long these matches can take when they go all the way. Slim again, couple of balls in the break, 2 ball in the 7 this time, but no shot on the 1. And of course now he's conceded control of the table to Bill, and Bill should be able to put him in trouble. Well, Slim can see it, but you're going to leave the gap here. This is another. Well, I don't think there's a. Is there enough on that 1 ball to actually pot it? I'm not convinced. I'd be going very thin. Well, Bill, I'm not sure whether he thought it would or it wouldn't, or whether he was looking for cover there. It's a bit debatable whether he was. well, you have to admit VP3 was nothing like any whatever system he was using. VP4 is an entirely different kettle of fish. But anyway, if you've been sending out emails and he's not been responding, then that won't matter. The decision will be made on that basis. Right, Popman has gone through. He's beaten Christian 7 racks to 2. So all of these players are all marching through. This is probably one of the last results in the first round that we're waiting on in this tournament tonight. And we could be here another 15 minutes, depending how this rack goes, or the final decider one if we get there. Well, that just brushed the 3. Where's the cue ball ending up? Well, Bill has got his chance. It's not an easy one. But if he can find good shape on this 4, they're all sitting there waiting to be put away. There's Stwain Kubrick's in VP4 again, or he's in the stream again. Bonsoir. Or whatever it is. Good evening. Oh, Bill's got more trouble with this 4 ball. Oh, he's got a nice brush off the 6. What a brush off the 6 that was. Well, he needs a good angle on the 6. And that's a good enough angle. But he wants to be able to get good control on this cue ball, but that's difficult to do at a distance. And he's going to be at a distance on this 8 ball. The big question is, does he baby this in and hope he brushes that 9? I don't think, he might not brush it in the way through. Well, he has brushed it. And he's left a high cut, and he should be taking this match all the way. Stwain, be sure to tell all the guys in the shooter pool lobby to tune into my YouTube and Twitch channel tomorrow night. We should have a big match between Mal and Albinario, a round 2 match in the virtual 9-ball World Championships. Because that's where it's going to be at tomorrow night. Tomorrow night at 9 o'clock Paris time. 8 o'clock British summer time. So we are headed all the way in this first round match in tonight's Friday night 9-ball. Mr. Bill and Slim. And we've ended up with a dry break. And we've also got a result in a match that's also gone all the way. So this is probably definitely the last match in the first round. But Mr. Fox has beaten John Boo in the final rack decider. Yeah, I've got to get some shooters pool viewers in watching that match. It's going to be a biggie, assuming Mal turns up. And we've also got a 1-loss side match come through. Kenway has beaten Sergaresh 4 racks to 2. And I think this 1 ball is on. Let's have a look. Well, again, the problem is where the 2 ball is whether Bill Slim can pot this and find a gap to come around the table. He's brushed into the 4. That might not do him any harm. But that has... Can he get enough of the 2? It might just be enough. It's very, very tight. What you mean to say you've got a laptop dangling across the bath? And all the motherboard getting damp with the humidity in the bath? Well, Slim's giving this a good look. He's trying to just bend around the 6 slightly to try and make the hit on this 2. He's played it well, and he's got no luck, absolutely none, in kissing into that 4. Will you play on VP4 or Shooter's Pool? Are you asking me that question? If you are asking me that, then I'm certainly not going to be in Shooter's Pool. Not until they get things fixed the way I like them. And the way they are now, and the way they seem to be, I probably won't be. But there's you've got enough people that like it the way it is, so they will outweigh old timers like me who don't like it. Oh, and Bill has rattled the 4 again, trying to get around and on a shot in the 5. Well, this is as good a chance as anything that Slim's got in this rack now to seal the deal in this match. He might just leave that 5 ball long into the top left hand corner pocket. Yeah, he's coming out into the table. He's just a wee bit short. Now, if he goes on the line that he could end up off that 5, he might end up going to about there and have the 6 into this corner. That's one line he could take. If he overhits it and comes right around, he might be taking that 6 ball into the right middle. So we'll see if he gets round about that sort of line. Well, he's played the bank just to draw it back, and that's one way of getting there. Because the line would have been to run around off those 2 rails. But he's taken an alternate route, and it's looking good. Oh dear. Well, that's well into bedhead territory, this 8 ball. Good luck with this one. Well, these are the big tests. You've got to watch the control in the cue ball when you're playing this as well, because this could just skim down and scratch. So he's got to take evasive action here to get over to this side to have a shot in the 9. And he's did his best there, but by no means easy, that shot, when you're trying to tweak the cue ball. Yep, see you later. Oh, and Bill's dug out the bank on the 8, and the 9 ball at his mercy down the rail. It's well off the rail, so he should be getting this in, no problem. So Bill has gone through. Now, that was a 50-minute match, and that is certainly the last match in the first round, no doubt about that. And we can see that Houdini is sitting there waiting on the winner of this match. So, while that's been going on, we've got fantastic Mr. Fox up against Spectre Dawn, and Spectre Dawn's up 1-0, and believe it or not, Spectre Dawn is getting the 8 ball. Well, that's incredible. Let's go in and have a look. at how that's shaping up. Now, I still haven't seen Mal arrive. We're not at 8 o'clock yet, obviously. So what's going on here? Well, we've got Mr. Fox on 2,400 rating and Spectre Dawn in 2-3. And Spectre Dawn's getting the 8 ball. Oh, they're playing at the moment? Oh, yeah, I never saw them arrive. Well, I'm wondering how Mr. Fox has got a 2,400 rating at 9 ball. Or if that's an overall rating or whatever, I don't know. That all depends how many 9 ball tournaments you've played in, doesn't it? As to whether you're playing with the tournament rating or one that's given to you. However this system works out, I don't know. Well, he should be all square here in a minute. He's got nothing to do with the cue ball. Cue ball's heading in the right direction down for this 8, but he needs an angle. He can't be ending up dead straight like this. Well, this is the worst possible thing that he has. And he's going to have to pinch something here and get it spinning. And this is where things can go wrong. Or is he just going to take his medicine? Yes, he's just drawing back. I thought he was going to try and spin out there. That was a sensible shot to play. So, Mr. Fox back all square. Now, what you've also got to remember is if you've watched any of these matches in the Virtual 9 Ball World Championships, don't forget that the settings in this tournament are different. One of the main ones being that we've got spot money on, as well as rack money. So rack money means that the 9 ball and the whole diamond of balls is racked further up the table away from us as we look. And also if the 9 ball is potted on the break, if it goes down it comes back up. We're playing more conventional rules in the championship that's going on at the moment. And of course the big obvious difference is that this one's handicapped where the other one isn't. The other one's a bare bones 9 ball tournament, as it should be, with golden breaks on, jump cues on, winner breaks on, you know, all of that. And misses a 7, and that's not bad where he's ended up there, although he's maybe hampered over the 8 ball, but he just needs to find a gap. As long as it's a gap between that 4 and 7, he should be on the 3 no problem. But it's amazing how these balls seem magnetised in the middle of the table. You know all you have to do is to get here and get here. But you can end up almost locking yourself behind a 7. Has he got the angle? Yes, he has. It's as if the cue ball's drawn to one of them. Well, he's done his best to get out of shape. The 5 balls come into play and out of the jump stick. And well, Larry's had a hammering with the handicap tonight by the looks of it, because Christian's done him 4 racks to 1, and that's a good pace. Race to 19, I think Semi said. He's playing it like the tournament is. Or a race to 15, is it now? And, well, Kerosene has forgotten its double elimination because John Boo's won on that one lost side match. Let's have a look and see how Larry get done there. What the hell handicap was Christian get? Well, he was getting 5 and out. Good God. You're going to really, really struggle unless your brakes working for you and you're running the table. Then Kerosene just needs to bang a ball round about the table and he's bound to get a rack. Well, the first semi-pro told me that the match was going to start at 7 o'clock. And then a wee bit after he said it was going to be 8 o'clock. And it was meant to be a race to 19 to start with. This warm-up match. Where's the cue ball going? So, okay. But Mr. Fox with a 2-rack-to-1 lead. And Spectre Dawn with the 8 ball as his extra money ball. Well, I've said this, my fingers are crossed that everything holds together for tomorrow so that we can get this big match between Albinario and Mal, 2 big contenders for the title, but one of them's going to have to do it the hard way. And Stubbs in a hurry. He's now through to round 3. He's beaten SD92 by 7 racks to 5. But once again, he will have been given a reasonable handicap to his opponent. Now, is that going to squirt past far enough? I don't think so. And now, when you look at where that cue ball is, how are you supposed to get a jump cue in at that distance? Or did you just brush the edge of it? Yeah, I thought he was going to try and dig out a jump stick there. Now, does Spectre Dawn run for cover? Or does he go all out for the back? Looks as if he's looking to hide here. Well, I thought he was for a second or two. No, he's gone for the bank. Now that might... And that's not gone far enough. That can get cut in very thin. But you're going to have to hit it hard to get the pace into the 5 ball so it does pot. And needs a bit of luck with a hit. It needs to keep spinning that way, and that is not a bad result. It's at a distance, but there's nothing to do with the cue ball other than drop down onto the 7. And that big power shot there, we know what happens. These balls rattle, they ain't going. So, Spectre Dawn, and I've remembered he only needs to pot the 7 and 8, but I'll tell you something, this 7 isn't going to be easy because that looks as if it's nailed. Let's have a look. Oh, he's played it well, that's hugged the rail. That was pretty much on the rail as far as I could see. And once this 8 ball goes in, we're all square. And Stubb, I'm assuming, is waiting in the winner of this one. Quick look and see. Where are we? Yes, he is. So Houdini and Mr. Bill, 1 rack all. Houdini's getting 7 and out. Bankster is trailing by 2 racks to 1 in a scratch match against Popman. We know the score in this match, and Stubbs already through, so that's how things are shaping up in the bracket. In the meantime, I don't know how the foul. Oh, he hasn't hit a rail, so it's ball in hand to Spectre Dawn. Let's have a quick look at that 7 before he does anything with it. It's off the rail. This is tough. But the path the cue ball is going to go will take him down to this bottom left-hand corner for a shot in the 3. And again, it's well played. The pace is good. The line is good because he can run that 3 into the middle, get the cue ball through and off the rail. He needs to keep going though. He doesn't want to be leaving these awkward ones. That could have done we get out into the table a bit more, but he's probably got a very strong chance of dealing with this okay. Not a problem. Now, what does he fancy doing here? He could run it off the side rail, back out for the 6 into the same pocket. So he didn't come square off the rail there. Now this is the one that's going to be the problem because the angle he's got and that 8 ball bin there means he's having to work the cue ball, and if he's going towards that 8 he has to get lucky. So it might be a big deep draw, big dig into the cue ball. There he is, going to have to hammer this. Well, he's trying to get cute, and I think I don't think that quite worked out. It looked as if he was gearing up for the big deep draw to the rail and spin the cue ball across the table and back into the table, but we'll never know. But Mr. Fox has this cut in the 7. He'll be across the table for the 8, but he can't push that to the rail, and again he's played it well, but that's not quite as good. Now reverse bank, and he hasn't picked a line on that one, and this, if it bounces, is another testy thin cut for Spectre Dawn to take the lead. Oh, where's the cue ball going? I think he's okay. So, 3-2 with the handicap. But it's another, well, 1-8 combo sitting there, not easy, but I think the one goes clean anyway, but yeah, it's tightish. 2 ball over the corner pocket, 3 over the middle. Well, this rack is asking to be ran out here. Now, is the line good on this 3? If it is, you can just drop through, even run up to the 8 ball and still leave yourself the decent shot in this 4. See, he's the wrong side of this 4. He wanted to be right up there to make it more simple. He's now having to work the cue ball a lot more than they intended to. Had that cue ball got to here, he was fine. Not a problem. Can easily stun it in and stun across, or run down and come up for the 5. But now it's around the houses time. Well, he's pretty much got there, although it's a wee bit of distance between them. Well, this needs to be stunned or dug into slightly just to get the cue ball up the table. Well, he's let it run around the angles. It's 6.5 a dozen how you do it, but if you don't have quite enough angle, you have to force it more. If you think you've got enough, you can let it run around like that. And this is gone short again. It's another tester. Don't forget the cue ball. And it's a good run out. And we're all square. 3 racks all. Six ball, bottom left. And let's just say lying pretty good in the 1. But there's an immediate problem. He's the wrong side of the 1. And he can't see the 2 if the cue ball ends up down this direction. So he's going to have to work miracles here. Lots of inside left just to actually get somewhere near the 2. Now I'll get the hiccups now I've had a drink. Trying to find cover. Now, what do you do with this shot? Because you could try and, well, I was going to say, you could try feathering the edge of the 2 and brushing the 3 just to knock it in. I don't know whether that was on. It looked as if it might have had half a chance. But in the meantime, Spectre Dawn has been sacrificed ball in hand by Mr. Fox because his intention was just to lock something up. Well, the truth is there's no difference. At least that's what we're led to believe. Wells Wiley has forfeited again against Slim. And Spectre Dawn is looking for 3 fouls here. Although it'll be hard pushed to do it from there. He's going to have to feather this so thin and get right over that right hand side to make it very difficult for Mr. Fox. And that's, well, was that intentional? What the hell happened here? He scratched straight in the middle pocket. He's going to be the same crumble himself. Well, I think Mooncake's more. I don't think there's any difference in the pockets, but see, I don't play it often enough either to make a genuine comment in agreement or not. I wouldn't really know. But anyway, we've got rid of the problem on the side here now. We've now got a bit of safety on this 2 ball. How does that look? Well, it's certainly got cover, and that 4 ball is a major problem in trying to get the hit. Is he going to try and spin off the point? Might be able to get there. Oh no, not quite. So this time, Mr. Fox with ball in hand, once again, should be out. Although, you've got to be just careful when potting this 2 ball that you leave yourself half decent on the 3, so it's not difficult to see the 4. He's going to have to probably leave it from distance, and that's the problem. If he's now left himself pretty straight on this, he's going to have to put top and left on it to get it running off the rails and around. He's gone, well, nowhere near far enough, but far enough to leave a pot. But this is very difficult. knuckle. That has helped him very nicely indeed. Well, the simple one, just a drop in, no pace, just to run through. So we're now into the 8th rack. Mr. Fox with a 4-3 lead and a break. And it's another dry one. And no real shot for Spectre Dawn. Although, again, he can run for cover. He's got two choices where he goes, bottom of the table or top of the table. Well, that's a poor one. That's the worst shot he's played tonight. To play that and run into the 7 and basically give Mr. Fox a free invitation to run the table. And the 9, let's have a quick look at that. It's off the rail. Well, there's again. Mr. Fox is slamming these so hard with the stun to get the cue ball out. They're rattling in the pockets and they're going to stay up every day of the week. And Spectre Dawn, well, as far as he was concerned, he wasn't getting back to the table. But now he's been gifted this opportunity. And he also will have to take evasive action on the 9 ball here. If he lets this run, he's managed to avoid it. Avoided the 7. And this is not cut and dried because you've got to get from that 8 ball down to have a half decent shot in the 9. And it all just depends on how good the cue ball's sitting on the 8 ball. And you see, that's not where you want to be. He's dead straight. What am I thinking about? I'm forgetting he's got the 8 ball again. What a numpty. See there, I do it every week. I'm so engrossed in the lay of the balls that I totally forget the bloody money ball. He only needed the 8. Every time I do it, without fail. Yeah, you don't need to rub it in, Mooncake. Good God. Don't rub it in, the fact that I've just got like half a dozen people watching. That you know where to hurt a guy, don't you? Oh, that's made my night. Never heard of the Valorant, never heard of it. Anyway, we are all square. With Spectre Dawn looking to take the lead by getting to the 8 ball and winning the rack there. I've remembered this time. What is this? Is this one of these shooting games, or is one of these sort of 2D look down games where they just run about blasting things? One of these RPGs. I don't know what it is about them. I bet you many of them are Japanese players watching. They seem to like that kind of crappy stuff. It's a bit like Gauntlet. A lot of those games that get a lot of viewers seem to be a bit like Gauntlet used to be. Some of you won't be old enough to remember Gauntlet, that we used to play in the arcade, where all you did was keep feeding money in it, and you were either the wizard, you were the whatever it was, the dwarf, or the other guy, the elf, and all you did was keep blasting ghosts and stuff from top down view. I bet that game made a fortune in its day in the arcades, because we used to put loads in it. But I've said, obviously the games have come on leaps and bounds since then. Everything's sort of 3D now and that. But meanwhile, back to the action. It's now 5-4 to Mr. Fox. With the break, he's potted the 7 and the 8. And, well, the problem here is an awkward 1 ball, and the risk of running into traffic trying to get out onto this too. But he's ran for cover. Stubbs getting impatient. What do you mean it's his actual work? What, he's a game... Is this a game developer that's actually doing a live stream? Well, that's how they'll get a lot of viewers as well, if they're game developers, and there's a lot of people been following the development of the game. They'll get thousands in watching it. I need another drink. Yeah, I'm nowhere near that category. Oh, aye, they do it to make a living. They can win big prizes in these esports tournaments. Well, that's a good jump escape there by Spectre Dawn. Not getting a lot of luck in the positional part of it though, but they may well be enticed into the bank, because he's got to be on the 3. Although this bank, let's have a look at it. Aye, that's nowhere near set as a bank. He looks as if he's going for the cut. You'd have to make the bank, and he's played the cut well. And now the only remaining problem is that 4 ball, and I think he can squeeze around behind it if he gets this right and come out the other side. Let's see what he does here, because I think there's plenty of room to get behind it. A wee bit of spin in it to help it off the rail. I don't think he's got enough into it though. That's the only failing there. He's left it on the bottom side. He can certainly get the pot, but he's going to have to get loads happening with the cue ball to run around the angles. Where's it going? Well, it would have been on the 5. Well, it could finish in not many worse places than that for Mr. Fox to have a go at this cut. Yeah, very difficult to get that right. And here's Spectre Dawn's chance to square the match. Oh, it's warmed up that match now, hasn't it? We might pop in for a minute or two after this match is over and have a quick look and see how they're doing. Well, Mal looks as if he's warming up from that slowish start. But we're definitely going to be all square. And Spectre Dawn ties it up. And with the break. And that rack looks fairly straight to me. Ball in the break as well. Into the bottom right. I don't know what one it is, but there's another one getting in. The one ball's gone, so we've lost the 1 and the 4. Thin cut in the 2. Oh, the yardage started big time. Well, he's content to leave this at distance. He's just going to have to roll this in. I mean, he could stun it in, but you're better off just letting it roll in to give it every chance to drop into the pocket. So, just the 7 and the 8 to go to within 1 of getting to round 3 for a match with Stubb. Now, what's he looking at there? I think he doesn't want to run around the angles there. He could have gone forward. He doesn't want to run around the angles. He could possibly have ended up running into the 8. So that's why he came back off it. Because he could have ended up running into the 8 and 8 ended up nowhere for a shot. So he did the right thing. So Spectre Dawn is on the hill with the break and a couple of balls in the break and a shot in the 1. But look where the 2 is. There's a lot of travelling to be done. He's got distance to get to the 1 and then distance to get to the 2. So this needs a fair bit of action in the cue ball and not an easy starter. But I'll tell you something, he could not have played it any better other than the fact that he's a wee bit straight. And he doesn't want to get too greedy here. He's looking at the 3 in terms of maybe just going through. But he doesn't want to take liberties with this 2 ball. He's got a bit of top right. He's trying to spin it in and cheat it. And that's about as good as he can get it. But it's another awkward 3 ball. And look at where the 4 is as well. This is another very, very difficult shot. But if you're going to go for this, you do what I would do. And actually cut it with top left English. You get the spin going and you come down the table to here. Top left inside English or whatever you call it. He's just trying to go up and down. In fact, he would have ended up on it. I would have went full-blooded for the fancy one. But that isn't a bad result where the 3 balls actually finished. He's left nothing on here for Mr. Fox other than to try and get distance. I think he wants to try and feather this. If he brushes this heavy, he'll leave the 3 ball on. Is he trying? Yeah, he's just trying to get it to the rail, I would have thought. That's not bad. First objective is get distance. But that's not a bad result. I mean, there's an enticement there for a thin cut, but it's, again, another really, really difficult shot. And he's used the 8 ball as a blocker, just to take the pace off the 3. So once again, a quick reminder, I might sound like a broken record, but any of you guys that have joined us late, if you want to see a good match, make sure you get here tomorrow, 8 PM British Summer Time. I'll be on before that. There's matches start at 6 o'clock British Summer Time. There's a match at 6, a match at 7, I think. Or is it this match? I can't remember. Anyway, there's 3 matches on tomorrow, and the main one that I'm certainly looking forward to is Albinario, multiple virtual world champion in virtual pool. Mal's a world champion as well, but I can't remember what he won. More than likely it'll be a 9-ball. I don't think it'll be anything else. I can't remember when it was played. I don't know whether anybody knows. But anyway, Mal and Albinario going head to head at 8 o'clock BST. If you can't get there, then make sure you watch the rerun of it. And it may well be worth watching. So, Spectre Dawn is looking to get good and take this out on the 8, as he has done. So it's a 7-5 win for Spectre Dawn with a handicap. There's not many Friday night 9-balls he gets to play with a handicap. But that takes him through to play Stub in the next round. Meanwhile, Popman and Bankster are taking their time. It's 5-3 to Popman in round 2. Houdini took out Bill. I never noticed that result coming through in a final rack decider. I must have missed that. I don't remember it. Anyway, Spectre Dawn and Stub are just about to start. So what we'll do is we'll find Mal and Semi-Pro in their race to 15, and we'll pop in and have a quick look and see how they're doing. That's a firm bank. So Mal looking good to take the lead. And that 7 looks pretty tight. That's just 1.5 millimeters off the rail. And we'll watch the next rack of this one, and then we'll head back in to see how the Stub Spectre Dawn match is going along. So this is Mal getting his warm up from Semi-Pro in preparation for tomorrow night's match. Now Albinario, again, Albinario doesn't let any secrets out, but it's doubtful that Albinario is practicing offline. I don't think it's in his nature to be practicing offline. He just seems to me to turn up a minute before the match starts and gets on with it. Does his warming up in the match. He'll certainly need to be warming up fairly quickly, I would think. If Mal finds anything near reasonable form. Now, maybe me arriving in this room has jinxed semi-pro, because Mal is working hard here to take this second rack that we've seen. And there's no particular reason that he shouldn't be out. Just drop the 8 ball in, leave that 9 ball into the same pocket. Now there's the dangerous one. That's the risky one. Playing the draw off the rail across the table, because 9 times out of 10 you'll scratch. But he got away with it. So Mal jumps into the lead, 11 racks to 9. Obviously there's one or two, who the hell's in this room anyway? There's one or two in this room watching it, as well as having the stream up, so you guys can let me know how things are going. And meanwhile, this is Friday night 9 ball, so we're going to jump in and watch Stubb and Spectre Dawn. This time it's a scratch match. We're in the first rack, and Stubb looking to combo this 9, as he has done for the first rack on the board. Well, ball in the break. How tight an angle is that? Well, it's tight enough, but he should be on the 2 if he can drop this in. And the 3 again, very adjacent. It's always handy having balls in order where they're close to one another, so you don't have to do anything with the cue ball to get on the next one. That's when 9 ball becomes easy. It's when you have to start running from one end of the table to the other that problems start. Well, see, Stubbs not trying to get good on the 5. He's playing this from distance. But again, he's looking good to be 2-0. Barring a severe accident, it's unlikely to happen. So the tournament's an hour and 35 minutes old. That first match we had tonight was 50 minutes on its own. And that might well be one of the longest matches in the tournament tonight, apart from the final. Finals a race to 9, remember. So Stubb now 2-0 up. This time I think he's come up dry. And Spectre Dawn, can he get the edge of that? He certainly can to pot the 1 ball, but he's going to have to ride his luck. And again, he's done the sensible thing. Even if he could see enough of it, it was a lot easier to put Stubb in trouble from it than it was to take a pot and hope you get on the 2. And Potman has finally overcome Bankster. And that's an excellent hit by Stubb. Again, he picks his lines pretty good, Stubb. He doesn't really use the jump cue an awful lot. But when he picks his lines, he's actually not bad when he picks those. He got lucky there though. But that's the sort of luck you need, as long as you get the hit. But he's still got a problem to deal with in the 5. And you would think that he's going to have to nudge into it here. He's got a perfect angle to do a bit of disturbing, because unless he's going to leave the combo, he's going to have to get lucky, and his luck's ran out. But he can certainly again punch it up the table and get cover. But again, he could have played that better. If we're going to be critical, he's got cover, but not enough that's going to prevent Spectre Dawn from either catching an edge of it or jumping out of this. I don't think he can see enough to see the edge of it, so out with the jump stick. And that needs to keep going. Oh, and it's not going far enough. Or it hasn't slowed up quick enough, because it's now left Stubb a wide open shot and a wide open chance to go 3-0 up. And Bedhead is playing not too bad either in what I've seen him in this tournament. Saw his last match, I thought he played very solidly. So he's just looking for a run of consistency. That can keep him on this winner's side well deep into the tournament. If he can do that, he'll be well in with a chance as a strong contender to win it. And meanwhile, Stubb is in a hurry. He's 3-0 up now, and the break has given him the 3, the 4 and the 6, and he's got a shot in the 1, and he should be out for 4-0. Problem, I can't see one. And if he finishes good on this 5, well, that's just the wrong side of the 5. Now, does he want to just come back off it and leave an awkward cut, or does he want to run? Yeah, he's going for the big stun, but he didn't get much action in the cue ball. He actually had far too much stun and not enough spin to do anything with the cue ball. So your guess is as good as mine as what he's lining up here. He's looking at the reverse bank into this bottom right as we look. And that's not going to hold up. And so he's got second prize though. He's got the cover. And that's the annoying part for Spectre Dawn. He's going to have to jump out of this at distance. But nevertheless, it was a chance to recover a rack, but it looks as if it's gone. And Stubb should be 4-0 up. Well, it's going to be hard work for Spectre Dawn now. He's going to need... well, the first thing that needs to happen is Stubb get a dry break like this one. And then the second thing that needs to happen is Spectre Dawn needs a good shot on the first ball, and he's not got that. This is sitting in not a healthy position for a half decent shot, this one ball. So just looking to hide. And he's not got that either. And he could be in trouble here. Again, Stubb could go for the bank, but again, he's going to have to be really crafty to get on the 2. So again, plays a sensible shot, looking for distance. Well, this might just be a little gentle push on the 1 to try and just run in behind the 9 and 6. I don't know. He's trying to get in behind the 2 and 8. Well, that's not bad. Now, is there enough of that showing for a cut, though? I think Stubb thinks there is there? Then again, maybe not. It looks too tight. We're about to find out, though. Well, he almost got the brush off the 6. But once again, the distance is there. And the problem with this 6 ball is it's preventing Spectadon from pushing that one away and running in behind the 8 ball and the 2 ball again. If that 6 wasn't there, the 1 ball would be up the table. He could try it the other side and try and get to the 9. The 5 ball could act as a blocker up the top side. Meanwhile, there's another result through. Bill has come through on the 1 loss side against Kenway by 4 racks to 2. Now this time, Spectadon should genuinely be in trouble, because that left, well, that is not that great, because Stubbs now come out too far and left the angle off the bottom rail to hit the 1. Chance to tuck the cue ball down the rail. Oh, he's flipped to 3 and he's got himself in trouble. That's what can happen when you play those safeties. You start moving another ball, but he's kicked it out. How's his luck? Oh, look at the 9. That's how his luck is. Well, Spectadon. Oh, does that? That's an absolute shocker of a shot that Spectadon is. There's the worst shot of the night there. Trying to break out the 4. And he's drawn it straight into the pocket. Giving Stubb ball in hand. And it's 5-0. Well, it's a mountain to climb now for Spectadon to stay in the winner's side. Stubbs broke, ball in the break, shot in the 1, shot in the 2, and an awkward 3 ball to deal with, which, if he leaves it long, he might well just leave the combo at distance. He could try and get up the table, but he's pretty straight in this too. He's going to have to get the big deep draw in it. He's just looking for the line for the combo. He's got a wee bit more than he would have liked, but he's still got a good chance of getting this. And needs that 3 ball to stay in play. And again, not a bad result with that one. Oh, and race to 15. 12 all. Mal had a 2 rack lead when I left it. Well, it's going to be a battle all the way. Well, it's more than a battle here for Spectadon. Well, that's where it's gone wrong. That brush, he knew he was running into the 6. He was just going to hope that he was getting a thinner brush off the 6 than what he ended up getting. And this is another toughie. He doesn't need to worry about positioning the 8 ball. Just needs to be able to pot it. But everything hinges on the 6. And never a doubt And it's going to be 6-0. Well, I think Spectre Dawn getting a handicap in his last match against Mr. Fox has probably been the shocker for him. He's now come down to earth big time. Once again though, he's going to have a chance. Stubbs came up dry. Well, I say a chance. A slim chance with this cut in the one. It is not easy, but he'll go for it. Cue ball's running nicely though. 3 ball hanging over the corner pocket. 4 ball very adjacent. So again, nothing to do with the cue ball. Except that, well, he's going to have to punch this up the table and try and get in behind the 8. Well, he's looking to thin it. But I think, well, thin it as long as he can get distance. But Stubb will go for that cut. That's a poor one again from Spectre Dawn. Stubb will go for this. Pretty certainly will. It's off the rail far enough. He's not going to turn this down. Oh, that little brush again off the 6. That has landed, well, as good as you could expect. He's not going to be close in the 6 ball, but he just wants to be able to see it. And, well, Stubb is 4 balls away from whitewashing Spectre Dawn. And Spectre Dawn, well, once again though, Stubb could not have left it more awkward on this 9 ball. He's making life difficult for himself. This for the bagel. Spectre Dawn. And in it goes. And also result from one loss side. Bankster has cruised through 4-0 against John Boot. And there's a result there. Stubb wins by 7 racks to 0. So we go back to the bracket and we'll look at how things are doing here. Well, One Pocket Slim is waiting on the winner of Mr. Fox and Christian. The problem is Christian is going to get 5 and out all night. But according to this, now why is Christian getting... Oh, I take it you don't show a 0 against your name. That must be a bug in the bracket because Christian's showing 3 under there and Mr. Fox has got 3 there, so that's a bug. There, Steve can check that in the video. The 3's showing outside the box. It looks like 3 all. We need to go in and have a quick look to double check that. If we can get in, that is. Yes, it is. It's 3 all, so there's a bug. Somebody send that Miasma, if you're still there, tell Steve that's a bug in the bracket. Because the 3 is showing under or outside the box. And it's sitting just above what the handicap is. Meanwhile, back to that winner side, Stubb is waiting on the winner of the Houdini Popman match, and Stubb's going to be given a handicap to either of those 2 players. At the moment it's 1 all between Popman and Houdini. But yep, that is a... It might... I mean, it could right itself by the end of the tournament, but the 3 is sitting outside where it should be sitting. in the little box. I don't know whether that's to do with the handicap interfering with it or something, I don't know. But anyway, the match is over. The one that we dropped in on, and Mr. Fox has come through it in the final rack decider. So, Mr. Bill and Bankster about to go head to head in a race to 4. Bankster looks as if he's getting... Now, what does that say there? This text in this bracket needs to be bigger. If he's getting a 5 ball, and we will head in and watch this match between Houdini and Popman. Houdini is getting the 6 ball, and Popman leading 2 racks to 1. Well, that's a good shot in the 1 ball. Once again, way hard on the 2 ball. Rattles in the jaws, punches the 3 away. Actually knocks the 3 into play in the left hand side of the table. Is that the 3 or the 5? I can't tell. It's a 5. This is the one that can go funny, because you're at such a distance, you can try putting bottom of the cue ball to sort of kill the cue ball or stun it into the 8, or you can run through like that, and as long as you miss the 8 ball, you'll at least have a shot in the 6, because it's so easy to then just snooker yourself behind the 8 if you don't hit that hard enough. Well, has that gone wrong for Popman? Let's have a closer look at this. Yes, it has. Well, my eyes are telling me he can't get past the 9, but don't ever trust what my eyes say, and he can get to the 7. That looked blocked off to me. Well, Popman's dug this one out well. Fooling me by getting to the 7 when I didn't think he could get it, but he got it. Now, Popman said during the week there, and I don't know whether this is genuine or not, and whether he's sticking to it, but he's the one player in Virtual Pool 4 that plays pots from the farthest out that you've ever seen. From this sort of distance, he plays shots with the cue. As far as you can zoom out. Now, he says that he's having a wee bit better success now that he's zoomed in a bit. Whether he's zoomed into something like this, I don't know. Well, so that's the result. Mal's come through. Well, that was a tough test for him. He had to battle his way through. Well, he might have burnt himself out for tomorrow, though. And both players will have to be on their game. So we've got Mal And Albinario looking to go at it tomorrow night at 8 o'clock British Summer Time. That'll be 3 o'clock, or if the clocks have not changed in the States, it'll be 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time and midday Pacific Time. Now Houdini 3-1 down at the table and all the balls are on. Now how often do I say it? It's just a case of join the dots and do the right shot. But just drag this 4 ball in and kill the cue ball and you're on the 5. You don't want to let it run if you can help it. And he's managed to stun it across. And that's the one that's gone outward. Because if he'd drawn that back, he could have ended up behind the 9 ball. He's now in that no man's land position. And this is where runouts can end up. Stalling, is that going to make the angle? Yes, it has done. Because he only needs the 6 ball. And he's back within 1. 7 ball in the break. 1 ball in the left middle. And 2 ball, a very thin cut. In fact, it will go. He's just going to have to draw off it slightly. Needs to bounce though. It needs to bounce. He's going to be square. It needed to run up the table another 5 inches there and it would have been fine. And all out for the bank. That's not going to go this time. But he'll be happy with where the cue balls ended up. Just avoided a scratch, and Bill has come through comfortably against Baxter. 4 racks to 0. So Bill survives another match. Inspector Don is the one with all the hard work to do after that 7-0 defeat from Stubb. He's going to have to work through that 1 loss side as well. Well, I would reckon that if Popman comes through this match to play Stubb, he's going to be getting possibly 7 and out. He might just be getting the 7 ball, but he might get 7 and out, something along those lines. And Houdini might be getting like 6 and out. So there'll be a hefty handicap Stubb will have to deal with, but of course that's still down to what whoever it is that gets to play him, it's whether they're going to get the benefit of it and have a chance to pot a couple of balls to win the rack. That's the big question. Meanwhile, we've got a 5-9 combo set here for Popman, and it couldn't have been any easier. And he's opened the gap again to 4-2. Well, that'll be. Let's have a look. Yeah, that'll be the hot seat match next. The one between Stubb and whoever wins this one, to see who gets the final. Now, what's happened here? What's Popman doing? Is he losing his connection? Oh, as he said, they'll be right back or something. Must be away to the toilet or something like that. I've just seen it. Right, now, dry break. Chance to top the cue ball behind the 9, because you can push that one through, but you need to get it really tight to prevent your opponent jumping. But he's played the cut. Needs to get this. Needs to slow up. Again, Popman can hide behind the 8 and 6. Bank that 2 ball up the table. Well, good night to you, bedhead. I got up at 4:30. And it's now, it's now gone past my bedtime. And it might well have gone past Mark's bedtime. I don't think he'll still be here. He's already got. I don't know whether he said good night yet, or if he did, I missed it. But Steve UK is usually gone at this time. He's probably slipped out the door when I wasn't looking. Now, the big slam in the 4, trying to get back for the 5. Well, the best thing you're going to get out of that is maybe an attempted skim across the 6 and a billiard on the 8, because the 6 won't go. At least it doesn't look as if it goes. No, it doesn't go. And I want to have a quick look at this bracket, the one loss side. We've got Slim and Mr. Fox going at it, and we will jump out of this match and see how this is going to finish up, because remember, these are only races to 4. And well, Slim's getting the 8 ball. Mr. Fox going to have to escape again with the magic jump cue. Now, if he gets the pot in the 5, he should be on the 6. Cue ball off the rail, out into the table. He's actually managed to jump it off the table at that distance, which is amazing. I don't think I've seen anything jump off the table from that far away, but it's happened. And Slim has a chance to square the match, when I think he was pretty much giving up this rack. Well, the pace is good. He's going to have not an awful lot of angle to work with. It's probably the 8 ball into the right middle. If he just again takes his medicine and goes through past the 9. Well, he can drop it in, leave the cut in the 9 to square the match. Oh, tell a lie, I've forgotten his handicap again. Done it again. Forgot he only needed the 8 ball. But anyway, it doesn't matter, it's 2 racks all. But just when Slim wanted a ball in the break, no joy. Well, I thought that was going to tuck nicely behind the 2, but it's just squirted out. Would you believe it? He's left a shot in the 1. Again, it's dead straight. Well, that was all the effort was just in getting the cue ball back a bit. That brush of the 9 didn't really help an awful lot, so Mr. Fox looking for distance, but has he got the cover? That's the question. Well, I think he has this time. I mean, it's not difficult to spin off the end rail and kick the 2, but I think Slim looks as if he's lining up the jump. Now, how's his luck? Well, not bad. Well, not a bad result either. Well, that 2 ball looks as if it's tucking away up the top, but is the gap there? Well, no, he could just roll onto the 2, but if this bounces the wrong way, he could leave a free go here. Well, the double kiss has done the trick. That's a good cut. Now, does it follow through and then out into the table? It looks like it. Needs to go a bit more. Well, this is another one that can end up in trouble. Now, can he play this and avoid the 6? I don't think so. Does the 6 help? Well, that spin hasn't helped, and look where the 6 has gone. The 6 is stuck right behind the 9, and that is going nowhere, and the 9 and 6 are not set as a combo, so it doesn't matter what you do with this 5 ball. So he's deciding to just run for cover. Again, the sensible shot to play. Oh, that is an excellent shot. That is unlucky. That was not an easy pot, and just did not get the luck you need when you're trying to play that breakout 6 ball stuck to the rail. And not an awful lot of options in where you're going to hide the cue ball. And I think either of them are going to be reluctant to move that 6 ball off the rail very far. So somebody at some point is going to have to bite the bullet and take the risk. Now, if the 6 just goes backward and forward, at some point it may well end up in a combo with that 8 ball. It won't be now, not at the moment. He's trying to drop behind the 8. He has to get there, because if you don't, you're leaving Slim a free go at this 6. And he may well just kill the cue ball there to leave the cut across there for the 7. Because that's, well, the only problem with that is he's left himself on the rail. It just means he can't get that really good control in the cue ball. But he's going to have to run away to distance here, I think. Now with this one, again, just a little draw off it. And he doesn't need it anyway, only needs the 8 ball, doesn't he? I remembered that time at the last kick there. So, one pocket Slim is 3-2 up. It's only a race to 4 on the 1 loss side. And he's got a couple of balls on a break. We're going to have a quick look at the bracket just to see how Popman's match is shaping up. Well, Popman has got himself into a 5-3 lead. And that is to see who is going to play Stubb in the hot seat match. And Slim now, well, he has the match at his mercy if he can pot this 4 ball. Because this is the one that surely, well, provided he can get this and go on the 5, that's not a problem, the 5 ball, but this should really be the one that clinches the match. And goes the 4. Now, well, the safest way is just to go forward. Push it forward onto the rail and back up into the table. And now, of course, he only needs the 8 ball. And, well, if he plays the draw, he's been in the safest place because he'll be able to see the 8 wide open. And that is perfect. And so one pocket Slim is going to take this out. And Mr. Fox is going to head home. And Slim is through by 4 racks to 2. So that's another result through. Results coming through thick and fast. And if we keep an eye on this 1 loss side, we can see that Bankster and Spectre Dawn are going at it. And it's 3-1 at the moment to Spectre Dawn. But Bankster at the table, who's getting 7 and out. And of course, 7 and out, he's got to get the 6 ball first though. And this is the tester one for him. And he's hung it, and his chance is gone. But right there, the commentator's curse has done him again. Because Spectre Dawn, well, I say, what is he going to do here? Is he going to play that 8 ball and drop it into the middle? Let's see how tight that is. Well, it's tight-ish. He just needs to get this dead weight. Well, he's punched it in. His eyes are better than mine, though. And so we've seen the end result here as well. Spectre Dawn survives by taking Bankster out by 4 racks to 1. And all the time we grow closer, so Slim is sitting there waiting on the loser of the Popman and Houdini match. So that's the one we're going into. And it's now back to 5-4. So that's us caught up with what's happened in the tournament. Nothing else can happen in the tournament until this match is over. And this is Well, this is the one that's going to prolong the tournament, the amount of time it takes these guys to get this match done. Houdini is getting the 6 ball, but that's gone earlier in the rack, so that's his extra money ball gone. But he's going to get it back all square. Now, what have we got here? A 1-2 combo. Doesn't look set to me. No, nowhere near it. Well, that's not a bad effort from Popman, but it's not difficult to jump, and it's not difficult to kick it either. But the jump should certainly give Houdini the pot, provided he can stay in the table as well. And he's hit it off the jaw, but it's gone safe. That's not a bad safety. Good distance. Just the right edge on that one to get that distance. And that is perfectly safe where it is, he says confidently. Well, so much to the extent that Houdini's thought he could hit that, but ended up nowhere near it. Well, I hope it does as well, Slim. I've got my fingers crossed. But meanwhile, Popman, I presume he's going for the combo. Well, this has got to go in. How can you miss a combo like this when all you have to do is to hit that left edge of the 9 for it to go in? There isn't one. I mean, I said earlier on tonight. That if I got, if I had a restart while I was streaming this, that would be the end of the stream tonight. But nothing's happened. And likewise for tomorrow. But as I've said earlier, tomorrow we do have a wee bit of a surprise tomorrow. If everything goes according to plan. Well, that was way off the mark there by Houdini, and the cue ball has managed to squeeze itself past the 8 ball there and into the top left hand corner. So it's not going to be anything easy here for Popman, because the 4's not going anywhere where it's sat. What would you stream and commentate me, Asma? Because that would be the best backup plan. Well, Popman trying his best to find a way to get to the 4. He got sort of on the 4, although it was awkward with 8, but he missed a 3. Oh right, I thought you were answering Slim's question about the backup plan. Oh no, you couldn't do that, Slim. the length of time that a match like that would be on it would be a huge file. Well, Houdini is going to have to work the great escape here with this one. And that is a cracking effort, and that's done everything but go in. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. The Albi versus Mal match. Well, Mal's turned up tonight, so there's no reason why he shouldn't turn up tomorrow night. Don't forget that Houdini just needed that 6 ball there to win the rack. No. Scenes are different things that you're putting into your live stream. So, like for example, when I was streaming using XSplit Broadcaster, one of my the main one of your scene is your game stream. Whatever game that's on your PC that's going to scratch, whatever game that you're streaming, that's your first scene. The next scene might be the chat window that you overlay. The next scene could be your webcam, or it could be a web page, something you want to show people. It can be loads of stuff. The longer you work with those programs, the more familiar you become with them. I mean, XSplit Broadcaster and OBS are all very similar. There's a lot more to them than what Gamecaster has. The old Gamecaster that I've got, remember what I said about the new Gamecaster? It's free, but there's a lot more detail in it that you have to go through to make things look fancy and nice. And mainly, you're probably still better off with a second monitor when you're working with that one. Anyway, Potman has come through 7 racks to 5, and Houdini now moves across to fill that spot in the one loss side, and that means he's now going to play one pocket slim to see who goes through to play Spectre Dawn. Meanwhile, while all of that's going on the winner's side, we have the hot seat match, and this is to decide who's going through to the next, what do you call it? I've lost track of what I was saying there. Aye, it is. It's a hot seat match. And Potman's getting 7 and out. Well, you never know what. So, somebody is still asleep in that Houdini and Potman room, and needs to be tossed out. If there's any available moderators out there, and we will jump in. Well, we're jumping in, and well, you're going to see the lag, but I'm not going to be turning the camera because I am heading for the bathroom. I'll be back in a minute. Right, I'm back. Oh, maybe Slim went to the bathroom as well. Well, maybe you just need a fresh install. I mean, remember the problems I've had with VP4 for a long while. And the main problem I had that was annoying me was that VP4 would never shut down properly and allow me to leave the game. And Steve's finally fixed that. So that was obviously a problem that was in VP4, and I was the one that was getting it. One or two others maybe had it, but I could not check out of VP4. I had to tab out and go to a second desktop to eventually bring the task manager up. And the other problem I had with VP4 was every time I came online, I had to constantly keep putting my password in because it wouldn't save my password when I put the little mark in the chalk box. And the only way of fixing that was a full and proper uninstall of Virtual Pool 4, strip it all off the PC, and get rid of everything out of the app data and reinstall the whole thing, and then put in my serial number again and start from scratch. That was the only way that I got that working again, which is weird. And I told Steve about that, and I'm sure that's a problem with the game. That's a bug in the game where it does that, and I don't know whether he's ever found that one, but he fixed the one about shutting down VP4. That's certainly fixed now. Now that 8 ball going to brush in. It certainly has done. The little combo. And with Potman getting 7 and out, little bonuses like that come in handy to get you back all square. Now, what went in the break, if it was a money ball, i.e. the 7, the 8 or the 9, it'll come back up. Well, it was the 4 ball, and Potman's got a shot on the 1. Now, these situations here are just basically where you have to really focus, because the balls are not sitting ideally, and especially the 8 ball. It's awkward if you're trying to run the table. The 8 ball is awkward for where it's sitting, because you've only got a very narrow window to get onto that 8 ball if you're going to make the cut down the rail. And look where the 7 is. The 7 is awkward as well. So this is not a pretty table for Potman. And I can see the major problem being in potting this 6 and how he's going to end up getting on the 7. If he was playing this with top on the 6, he would run around and come out to leave the cut in the 7. So that's the one that's going to cause him the issue. And he's too straight on the 6. And he can pinch the angle, but with lots of top and right, and try and get this cue ball running. He looks as if he's playing the big draw. And he's going to have to beef this up. Yeah, you see, he couldn't get into it enough. He'd have been better trying to force it around with the spin. So now he has the bank. I don't know whether that's... Well, it is. It's gone in. And it's 2-1. I was just going round to have a look at the line on that bank to see if it was good. He never gave me a chance. And the 3 ball hanging, but the break is dry. And Stubb, well, just giving a bang to get rid of one of those balls, and he still ended up on the 1. Oh, that's going to block off in the 4, is it? I don't think he can see enough of that to pot it, can he? Convince me he can. Well, it looks as if he can from that angle. And then again, maybe I was right in the end. But he's pretty much got away with it. It's very, very thin to try the cut in this. Well, that's a good shot by Potman. Well, don't tell me he has actually reduced his zoom and has been able to see what he's doing now. Because that was a cracking cut. But as I said, it's what if you're getting 7 and out, a player like Potman must make full use of it. There's no point getting 7 and out if you start faffing about and messing about with position and not taking advantage of what you're given. It's so important that you don't lie down and hang balls like that. The commentator's curse has done it again. And his chance is gone. From a 3-1 lead, all of a sudden, it's going to be 2 racks all. And you've got to get the ball in the hole. If there's ever little doubt in whether you're lined up properly, then take that step back like they would do in a real match, and then just set yourself again to play the shot. So Stubb gifted the rack for 2 each. He's going for everything he can see. Well, Potman gets lucky here. He can have a blast at a 3 off the side rail, and he might get fortunate and do something with the 8 ball. You never know. Well, the 3 balls missed the 8 ball entirely. He's got the hit, and he's left it. Well, let's just say it's awkward. And Stubb is just again going all out for the pots. And sooner or later that will catch up with him. Well, this is one time he has dug out the jump stick, which is a bit of a surprise. And, well, there's a mistake. But that 6 ball is extremely awkward. That is not a good position on the rail, especially if you're going to finish the bottom side here. You don't want to be having to play that up the rail, because this knuckle comes into the line. The best place would to get to there, but he's going to have to go up the rail. And the other problem is keeping this flush to the rail and avoiding the point. He's avoided the point. And now, not a difficult 7 to get back into the lead. Well, Potman's break is dry. There's not a shot in the 1. I don't think there's enough there to pot that 1. Stubb just looking to get it tight, and it looks as if he's done a reasonable job of it. You see now, with these balls being here, there's no line to get to that one ball that way, and he's going to have to go the rail there if he can get that clean and inside right English to try and punch off the rail to get this way. If he's doing it that way, he's checked that up, I think, with left English, and it's actually worked too good, and he's completely missed a one. And you wouldn't have thought that would have happened. But Stubb has got the reward for the tight safety. He's got the opportunity to square the match again. Well, again, there is trouble ahead. It's getting 5-6. That's come down pretty nicely. Couldn't have played that much better. No, I'm not. It's not that I'm not sure I can commentate, it's just the fact that we're not sure whether the PC will still be alive by tomorrow. I mean, it's okay now, it's ran fine all evening, but I just get the feeling it could restart at any time. It hasn't done since I rebooted the PC earlier on tonight before I started streaming. Because I then had one restart after that. That's what I mentioned earlier on. If I do a restart in the PC and I go and do anything in the PC, whether it could be in a game or in VP4, not long after I've done the restart on the PC will restart by itself again. And then, for example, here for the last 2.5 hours, it's worked perfectly okay. There's been no problem. It's strange. But nevertheless, we're still here. If it will let me carry on. And Stubb, having got the match back to all square, is determined to get back into the lead. Now this is a little tricky. There is not much of a gap there. But he's got it clean. And he should be in the lead. Quick look. Make sure I haven't missed anything. Well, one pocket Slim and Houdini are 3-all. Houdini getting 6 and out. Let's have a quick jump into that. Oh, good evening, Semi. Well, when I left it, you'd a 2-rack lead. See, Mal managed to come through in the end. What was it, a bit of bad luck or good luck either way, because that's usually all it is. Well, that's a good safety by Slim. Oh, I'm getting really tired. Well, I've got no idea what Houdini tried there, but that was certainly no way to get near the one. There was an angle off the rail to get to the one that way. Good evening to Cheeky Chico. Now, who's Lost Soldier 3? There's a name that I've never seen before. So, any latecomers, another quick reminder: we've got a big second round match tomorrow night, 8 p.m. British summer time. I'll be on the air earlier than that for the matches that come before it. But we will switch over to the main event of the evening at 8 o'clock British summer time tomorrow for the match between Mal 255 from England and Albinario from Sweden. And if you can't get there, make sure you watch the rerun. LS3 was your name in VP3. Come on, who's this in disguise here? We've already got an LS3 in VP4. This is another wind-up. So it is. Well, look at that cue ball. It's doing some rail walking there. Is it? Well, why the hell she come up with that name? Oh dear, the old scratch off the 9 ball. Why can't people keep the same name? And better still, if you're in VP4, why don't you keep your VP4 name when you're signing up to Twitch and YouTube? That way I know who you are. Oh, I haven't a clue who's who. Well, Slim now at the point where he cannot afford an error. He's on the 5 ball, and from here on in, it's 6 and out for Houdini. So 1 error by Slim, and he's gone. Anyway, welcome whoever the hell you are. Now, what does he do here? You feel he's got to just draw back. Yes, I would stick it on your site. That way you can look back at it at some point in the future. And that way I can have a glimpse at it as well. And anybody else that wants to see it that missed it. So 1 pocket Slim is through. He survives the final rat and runs it out. Or runs out the balls he needed anyway. So now we are getting to the nitty gritty of the tournament. Slim now moves through to what effectively will be the semi-final. He's now waiting for the loser of that hot seat match. So nothing else can happen until we have a result here. So we will jump straight back in to the stub match. And we can see that Stubb is leading by 5 racks to 4 against Popman. Now, how does he deal with this? He's dead straight in a 5, he just wants to kill it. And once again, the sensible shot is just to run up the table far enough to get out for the 8 into the middle. And that will do very nicely. So Stubbs finding a good line. And he's now in that comfort zone. 2 rack lead on the hill. And a ball in the break. And what looks to be like a straight in shot in the 1. And he's going to have to leave the high cut in the 3, I think. He's going to have to just stop it. Because if he runs through, he's going to go square in the 3 at the back end of that 6 and 7. Which is no good. Yeah, he's played the stun just to leave the cut. So this is the one that could possibly go wrong. Because he's still got to move the cue ball out of there to come around for the pot in the 4. So he's going 1, 2, 3, 4 rails. That was an excellent shot. And again, this shot has to get it into the table. See, this is awkward. Now he's taking a risk here because he's either going to jack up and stunt the rail like that, or risk running into the 7, and he couldn't risk it because you don't know where you're going to end up. But Stubbs looking strong. But he's left this at distance again, but this to take him into the final. And in it goes. Well, he's breezed through the tournament tonight, straight into the final. And Stubb wins by 7 racks to 4. And meanwhile, Popman doesn't have much chance of a break because he's moving straight in to play. Oh, wait a minute, what's going on here? Is it Spectre Dawn? What am I talking about? It's Spectre Dawn and Slim. Popman's in the semi-final. So let's move into that match. And it's 2 racks all. Just going to make it in time, I think. No, my eyes have gone. It's 0-0. Don't listen to a word I'm saying, guys, because my brain is in shutdown mode. I looked at that bracket there and I thought it said 2 each. That's how tired I am. Well, all I can confirm is that it's definitely 1-0 to Spectre Dawn in this race to 4. Stubbs in the final. Popman's in the semi-final. And the winner of this match will play Popman. That's all I know. I'll be back in a sec. Right, I'm back. There wasn't much you could do, Potman, other than take whatever chances you did get. Stubb was hammering them in from all angles. But as I say, you can't keep doing that all the time. Might get away with it in one match, but he's not going to get away with it all the time. And that's his biggest downfall. He'd much rather play pots that are awkward than actually doing the hard work to get the cue ball good on it. And that's his main failing when he does then come up against the top players who move that ball better than he does. He can get away with it in Friday Night 9 ball, but for him to sustain that through the whole of this virtual 9 ball World Championships is a big ask. He's got a fair chance because he can pot a ball, but over a period of time and over a distance in a match, that bit of bad luck that he might end up getting can be the difference between him winning and losing. It's difficult to sustain that level of play in a race to 19. And it's a lot easier in a race to 7. Excuse me, guys, I'm talking with my mouth full. That's why I'm not commentating at the moment. I'm just muting my mic because I'm eating some pepperami chicken bites. I'm starving. Right, once again, guys, apologies. I had to get something to eat there. Well, in answer to Popman's question as to what the surprise is, you're going to have to be there to find out. And in the answer to LS3's question, it's is there any charity you care about in particular? Yes, it's called the 9ball.com Enterprise. That's the one I care about. But no, I don't have any affiliations with any charities or anything like that. I don't earn enough money. I don't earn enough money to be that generous. It's barely. It's a struggle. It's a struggle to keep a roof over my head, let alone anything else. No, I'd love to be generous that way. It's all about keeping the landlord away from the door. Now that's a tight one. So, Spectre Dawn is on the brink, and he could do this by knocking the 6 in, but he's missed the 1. Well, Stubbs blasted his way through to the final. He's played very solidly, and he'll be hard to beat in the final if he keeps up the same standard. Well, I'm waiting on you explaining why you asked LS3, but as I say, being genuinely honest with you, no, I don't. I don't have any associations with any charities. Well, I can give you a hand right now, semi-pro. There you go. That's all I can come up with. But well done for the little help earlier on. So is that basically a £5 you're prepared to donate to charity then, LS3? The Grand National's on tomorrow, is it not? The biggest and oldest, well, one of the oldest horse races in the world. If it's running Saturday, it's on. But meanwhile, Spectre Dawn in this scratch match, well, he's going to have to just run through with the 8. And Spectre Dawn is going to win out. And One Pocket Slims is a decent run in the tournament. But that ends now. Spectre Dawn goes through by 4 racks to 1. So now, a quick update. We can now see, I had already jumped ahead of myself. We've got Spectre Dawn and Popman in the semi-final match. Waiting to see who gets to play Stubb in the final. Now for Popman, and for him to get there, it would be a revenge match against Stubb. The favourite, no doubt, to get to play Stub is going to be Spectre Dawn, but it's only a race to 4, and Spectre Dawn's going to be given a handicap to Popman, and we'll jump straight in. I mean, I remember years ago, the Grand National used to always be at, well, that depends on where you are, but it usually is about after 4 UK time. Now, what the hell's happening here? Are they lagging off, or has my game just suddenly died? I'm maybe going to have to kill the game. I think this could be the first problem of the night here. I cannot get into the room. Yeah, there's nothing much happening. Well, if I hit escape, it's going to go to a black screen like that. In which case, now I've suddenly got in. That took a while. That took an awful. Don't toss me now, I'm in. Right, so here we go. And Popman is getting the 5 ball, which, if he can get a chance, is a reasonable enough handicap. Inspector Dawn has won the lag. Well, that took an awful long time to finally decide to enter the room. That 6 ball is going in. And all of a sudden, that little protein bite that I had there, the pepperami chicken bites, what flavour are they? Oh, well, it just says pepped up chicken bites. Anyway, that little protein feed has actually woken me up slightly. I feel all the better for that. Yeah, we're still live. We've been on air for well over 3 hours now. We were on air about maybe 5 minutes to 7, just prior to the tournament starting. So this is your final reminder, folks, before I forget. Yeah, this is the loser's side final to see who gets to play Stub in the final. Now, Stub has just put Popman over to the 1-loss side, and Popman, with the 5 ball as his extra money ball, is trying to beat Spectre Dawn to have a second go at Stub in the final. But the reminder for you guys is try and get there tomorrow night. I'll be on there just before 6 o'clock British summer time, because that's when the matches start. We've got a couple of matches leading up to 8 o'clock, but they're all going to overlap. And then the main event of the evening is at 8 o'clock BST, and that is between Mal 255 and Albinario, and it should be a good match. And if you can't be there, then make sure you watch the rerun on YouTube. And as I have mentioned, there is a wee surprise tomorrow. Well, that's the intention. Whether it all comes to fruition, we wait to see. Meanwhile, Spectre Dawn has first chance, although it's going to have to be a bank on the 2. Run the cue ball through back into the table for the cut in the 3. Oh, he's going for it in the middle. Well, that's a tall order to play that at that angle. Very difficult. But as was mentioned in the chat, the 5 ball has gone. Maybe it went in the break. I never noticed, but That's Potman's extra money ball, so he's got to work hard, and immediately he fails in the 2 ball, trying to run the cue ball around to get on the 3. He's managed that part, but hasn't potted the 2. Now that position from the 4 to the 7 is in theory the only thing that can be a problem. Because where the 8 ball is, the cue ball's going up the way, he has to keep going. And he's just got there, because that was the only danger, is hooking himself behind the 8. And so Spectre Dawn comes through and wins the first rack. Potman, it still has to go down as a chance. Potman had one chance to take that 2 ball out, get that cue ball moving, and complete the run out. But it was a tough ask. But when you get to this level in the tournament, playing these guys like Spectre Dawn and Stubb, when you get that one chance, you must take that one chance, because if you don't, you ain't going to get another one. Potman it all out for the bank. Nice kiss in the 9. Well, he's not really got it, has he? No, he hasn't. So he's going to have to... I don't think there's even any value in playing the edge of the 2, because he can't really get the cue ball anywhere. He might as well line up for the cut with the jump and play the pot. Well, he thinks he can push it through to safety. Well, it's safe from the point of view that it can't be potted, but he's going to be in severe trouble in a second. Or at least he should have been, and that's another poor one, really, from Spectre Dawn. He's not got the cover, and Potman's got the opportunity to get that. If he can play a decent safety. Well, that's it's not dead easy, but it's not a good safety. Let's just say that. And when you go for pots like that, you have to go for them 100% to get the cue ball to do the second part of the deal, and that is get good on the 3 ball. And a convincing stroke there by Spectre Dawn. There's no half measures, you have to go for them. Well, he's looking good for 2-0. Well, Potman is not the favourite for this match. If he can get a chance, the match can turn very quickly with a 5 ball money ball. If he can get there. But if we look at the bracket, the worst that's going to happen is he's going to walk away with $260, which is a profit for his $150 that he put into the sign up. So as long as you come out of a tournament with more $dollars than when you went in, then it's always a positive outcome. Because the way Spectre Dawn's lining up here, Potman's not really going to get a chance in this rack. But this is slightly awkward. Wrong side of the 3. big draw again, just to avoid things, and he's played that well. And my hub light has gone out because I've set it to go out at 10:15, and the hub light comes back on at 6 AM in the morning, which means that whenever I wake up during the night and I look across, I don't see a blue circular light on my BT hub. I just noticed it going out there, so that's well past my bedtime. Not a great safety there though from Spectre Dawn, but this is again a perfect example. Potman's money ball's gone, but he's got 3 balls to pinch a rack here. And this is a bit square, and he needs to be careful if he puts any amount of pace on this cue ball, because the path could be very near that middle pocket and he's well away from it. And he should be just rolling this in to at least get 1 on the board. Three ball goes in, 7 hanging. What else went in? Just a 3. Well, he's got not a bad position here. I mean, this table's here for the taking. Just make sure you roll through far enough up the table. Maybe gone a wee bit too far now, but he should be coming around for the 4 into the same pocket, and then up for the 5, and he's squared the match. Looks all too simple, but this 2 ball's a problem. He's gone too far on it, but if he can get that, and that's the one that's let him down. Just when you need that wee bit better accuracy getting on that pot to take the pressure off it, it's just let him down, and that could have been 2 all. Well, he's managed to miss the 9 there, but he's made the 6 awkward. So it's going to be a 6-7 combo down the rail. Now it's got to be firm enough to get to the 7, but the problem with that is that this 6 ball could maybe end up along the bottom rail. But it's held right into the pocket, and everything looks good. And so, well, that went to the rail sooner than he would have liked there, but the pace was enough to let it go into the pocket. So Spectre Dawn 1 away. And, well, Spectre Dawn's been contesting a lot of these Friday night 9 balls the last few weeks. Is it the odd week where he's been done by coming up against somebody who's got the use of the handicap and put him out, but he's looking favourite to meet Stubb in the final. And that cue ball's got loose. And he's got another testy one. Again, he could play a perfectly good safety shot on this 2-ball. But he's going to go all out for the pot. And he got it. And this time, he's found the no man's land area. And he still looks as if he's lining up for a bank. Or is he? Maybe not now. No, looking for length of the cue ball. Got the distance. But these balls in the middle of the table they're good for cover. But now that Potman's playing this from distance, it makes this shot 10 times more difficult to judge the contact on that object ball as to how good you can move the cue ball away from it, and he's played that well. That's not a bad effort. That's the advantage of having those balls in the middle of the table, just like that. Just kick that 3-ball in behind, punch it up the table, and if you can get the pace right, you can get the cover. Well, the escape. And how's the bounce on this 3-ball? If it bounces right, Potman's got out of jail. And he has done. And Spectre Dawn has to avoid the double kiss. That's the major problem with this shot. If he's looking to cut that to the rail, come back off the bottom rail or the top rail as we look, and well away from the 3, he's got to miss the double kiss. Right, Semi, I'll have a look at that tomorrow. I think I'm on till 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So I won't be home till 1:30. And then I'll have probably something to eat and a nap after that. Well, Potman is going to get it back to within 1 with his magic 5-ball. Well, I think I'll give you my opinion. I think it could go right to the wire. Well, Potman once again has been put in a lot of trouble. An excellent safety from Spectre Dawn. And well, I don't think there's any way to get to this 2-ball. I mean, he can try brushing through the gap because there's enough of it showing, but he won't be able to get the cue ball away. He just has to hope he gets lucky. And I think that was legal. I think that was legal. No, it wasn't. The eyes have gone. He's just clipped the 8-ball first. And the way that finished there, had that been a clean shot, he had spectred on in all sorts of knots. And that's the great thing about this game, though. I mean, if the break starts working for you and you can string those pots together, you can run racks fairly quickly, but it's not been happening a great deal. You know, we've had, I think Cobra the other night there was breaking well for periods of time in that match. I think he won, if not two, 9-ball breaks. It's just so difficult to find a break that will last you throughout the match, where it will continue to work for you. And that's sometimes, well, when you get players like Mal and Albinario together, it might be the only thing that makes a difference, just that wee bit more success in the break. It's not, of course, it's not just getting the break, it's getting a ball and a shot that you're hoping for. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me if Mal recorded that match himself when he's already got it in his channel. He may well have uploaded that to his channel as well. Well, anyway, it's going to be a Spectre Dawn Stub final. Spectre Dawn has gone through, and Popman's tournament ends tonight, but he's had a very good run. And Spectre Dawn through by 4 racks to 2. So that completes the formalities there, and we now head to the final room. Oops, between Stub, Real Poland Power that is, against Spectre Dawn, which is behind the chat there. You can't quite see it, but the two of them are going at it for a race to 9. I'm going to see if I can get in quick, and I have done. Spectre Dawn may well be just taking a little interlude. Before he joins the final. So race tonight. I think this will be a scratch match between these two. Or will Spectre Dawn be getting another handicap? Tell you that won't please Stub. Well, we've now been on for 3.5 hours, and to be quite honest with you, the quicker that Spectre Dawn gets in here and gets on with it, the quicker I get to bed. Because it's long past my bedtime. Who was that he was playing earlier on where he got the handicap? I've totally forgotten, and I sat and watched the match. Who was he playing? Oh, yeah, they've both arrived. Well, that's a weak one. And the cue ball's disappeared. There's funny things going on here. And whoever that is there, well, that went totally haywire. That might be out of sync. Oh aye, it was Mr. Fox. Right. Hang on a wee sec. Let's see if I can get back into this room. That went a bit weird as far as the lag goes there. Right, well now I'm satisfied that everything's okay. Look at that 2-9 for the first rack. And it is a dry, it is not a dry, it's a scratch match. So Stubb very quickly off and running. With that one ball's heading in. Oh, it just got there at the last breath. It fell over the edge, but this time no joy on the 2. But it's going to be a long 2-6 combo, but the 2's narrower, it's tighter to the rail than the 6 is. So you have to get the line in this right. Done that. And now a toughie. And he hasn't got into it enough. Going to have to run and hide here. Well, this Stubb going to play the cross bank, because I don't think he can squeeze that past the 7 at this distance. That is a big ask. Well, he's gone all out for it. And, well, he wasn't far off. He was not far away, but it was a really, really difficult shot to keep that to the rail from that distance and avoid that 7. Well, this again couldn't have ended up more difficult. Blind cut, running into the 8 ball and the 5 ball. No idea where the 5 ball's going to end up. Of course, he might miss it altogether. Well, he has done. But of course, the pot and the 4 was so difficult. So Stubb is going to be all over this like a rash. Well, he done his best there to get in trouble. He's managed to avoid it. And now avoid the 8 ball. And again, not a problem. So it's going to be 2-0 to Stubb. And once that break start working, the only thing there is he's not landed in a shot. But the 3 and the 4 have gone. And he's pretty much got away with it. Oh, I do hope we're not going to get 20 minutes of this. This is not the right thing to be happening at this time. Well, a good chance here to get distance between the 2 balls. There's good cover there. And he's managed to get that. How does that look from this end? Certainly can see the one. One ball coming down. But again, it's gone safe, or safe-ish. The Spectre Dawn. Is he going to line up the cut up the rail? Two balls over the right middle pocket. So he'd be unlucky not to have a shot in the two, but he's gone for it in the middle. That's a cracking shot. They are not easy. Well, the mentality with these guys is that if they see a ball and it's got a hole to go into, they're going to play it. That's basically how they think, because they think on the basis if you don't take that chance, you know, the other guy's going to. So they'll go for everything. Everything where it's got a decent chance of going in, they're not going to take the negative option. They're always going to be aggressive. But of course, then you've got to back it all the way and run the table. And Spectre Dawn looks as if he's going to do it. Or was it? I mean, I'm half asleep, Pop man. I can't remember what he played. But if it was a dry break or something, or even if it was a ball to break your hook, then. But a lot of the times, you know, players who use the diamond system and use the rails well will prefer to play the kick and take their chance that they get it safe. Like I said, even if you play the push out, if you play the push out to a point where the other guy can see it and it's got a hole to go into, even though it's difficult, these guys are more inclined to go for it than they would be to pass it back in a push out situation. They don't want to give anything away to anybody. So, Stubb with one rack in his favour at the moment. He still leads by one. What has he got there? Yes, he has. So he's looking to extend that lead again here. Should do. Not a problem. Well, once this match is over, I'm out here like a flash of lightning, guys. So I'll thank you now for watching and sticking with it for those that have done. And don't miss tomorrow night if you can. So Stubb is looking good. He's been looking good all night for what I've seen him when he's been playing. But as I said, he's looking good from a distance tonight, because he's had a lot of anger in him in these pots that he's been playing. in a lot of the matches, and he's came through. But is that going to be the right strategy that's going to win him the virtual 9-ball World Championships? I would hedge my bets on that one. I wouldn't be putting money on him to stay the distance with that type of a aggressive play all the time. If you've seen the size of this thing, that means I've got to move the monitor that's sitting on top of it. My little old second monitor that I've got, I'd need to move that. I need to move my steering wheel that I've got. I'd need to move my chair. I've got no room to manoeuvre in here. So I would love to do that. But by the time I'd moved everything to get to it, then find how to take the panel off the side of it, because it's not really that obvious where the fixtures and fittings are to take the panel off. The bloody match would be started. The evening session would be started in those matches, and I'd miss it. So the bad news for Spectre Dawn is it's no miss situation, because Stubbs racing away to a 4-1 lead. But Spectre Dawn has the table at his mercy to narrow it immediately to 2. So the tournament is what, 3 hours? I keep telling people, they'll never learn, but these guys that are asking for the bracket to be increased, that's pointless. Because we're 3 hours 40 minutes and we're in the final, and it's going to be, it's going to be near enough 4 hours for this tournament. It's knocking on the door of that each week. 3.5 to 4 hours, and you'd have a lot of people getting bored and drifting away. So this is the one that can go wrong. Falling on the bottom side of the 9, but he's finishing well up the top side, just past the middle pocket. It's always a good place to be when you're heading down to a 9-ball that's not letting the bottom rail or anything like that. When it's in that middle part of the table, there's always that danger of overhitting shots and going below it and leaving it awkward. I say that every time, and you'll be amazed at the many times that players do end up finishing down below. But meanwhile, Spectre Dawn has narrowed it to 2, and he has a couple of balls in the break, but no shot. 3-ball and the 5-ball have gone. 8-ball hanging over the corner pocket. Stubbs going to maybe have a blast here. Look at this. He's going to have a blast with that 1 and 4. And again, he gets the end result. And it wasn't really a blast. It was a much more controlled shot than that. He's kept to 1 in play. Stubb, well, he's left something that could be a reverse bank, but you've got to get that cue ball away really quickly to avoid anything going amiss here. I don't like the position it's sitting in, and Spectre Dawn doesn't either. But Stubb, is he going to take the thin cut in the 1? Well, you haven't seen Sylvia for a long time because she's now Zwiley again, which was her old BP3 name. So she's onto a second profile. But you have seen her because she's been in the lobby, and she was in the tournament tonight for a short period of time. But meanwhile, Spectre Dawn has found himself back at the table and looking to get down on this 4-ball. Well, again, he's content to leave this in the bedhead territory here at distance. And that's going to just run too far as well. And Stubbs not happy. And Spectre Dawn is going to be back within 1. And the cue ball was heading for the scratch, but the 3-ball has gone in. Well, this is a toughie to start with, but he should get the cue ball back down here for the 2. Although again, he's going to end up on the high side. Well, what you do is you wet your finger, Potman, and you stick it in the nearest 13 amp socket. And that will earth you. That's a good cut by Spectre Dawn. I don't think he's going to get much joy here though. He's ended up locked out by that 6-ball. So he's looking, is he lining up the jump again here? Is he looking to kick from the rail? Looks like the kick from that distance. Trying to judge the spin to get the hit. And then just hope he gets that bit of luck. Well, that won't do this time though. I think you can buy those tassels or whatever you call them out of a PC shop. You know, engineers use them when they're fixing PCs. You just lash yourself to it. Or lash it to the PC. One of the two. Stubb wanting to extend this lead again and keep himself at distance at arm's length from Spectre Dawn. So it's back to 5-3. Cue ball has scratched this time. And so ball in hand for Spectre Dawn, who has not got an easy table here. That 2 ball, got to get onto that first. The 3 ball though will go past the 5. But looking to make the most of this opportunity. Well, I'm surprised that he didn't want to come up the table, so it looks as if he's trying to play the hook here, because why he didn't try and get up the table to leave himself on the 2 that way, I don't know. So is it all out for the pot into the bottom right? Yeah, he's not near it. And that's a failing there for Spectre Dawn. I think he should have tried to get up the table. Well, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to do what I did the other night there. I am going to go to bed after the match is finished, but I'm going to stay in the lobby all night and just let it run for 24 hours, and that way I can keep the PC on as it is. It's running stable enough at the moment. We haven't had any break tonight, and just leave the PC on all night. That's what we'll do. And that way that when I get up in the morning, if I'm not still in the VP4 lobby, then I'll have my desktop, my login screen showing, meaning that the PC's rebooted itself at some point during the night. But that's probably unlikely going to happen. Well, if you know heard, Semi, it's been just rebooting itself every now and again, but we don't know what it is. I thought it, as I said, I thought it was those 5 Trojans that I had. Well, there's a big scratch there from Stubb. But as we've seen tonight, we've not had a problem tonight. But tomorrow's a different day. But that's why I'm just going to leave the PC running and just head straight to bed. Just stay in the lobby, and that way I'll certainly know that if we've had a restart or not. If I'm still in the lobby tomorrow morning when I look on, then we'll leave it run all day. I'll go to work and just leave it on. Well, I've done the full malware scan. I ran it. I ran super anti-spyware. Found those things that I found, got rid of them. Well, meanwhile, I'm falling asleep. I'm not even paying attention to the score. What have we got here? We're 6-3 now to Stubb. So he's opened up the gap, but Spectre Dawn can narrow it again. But once again, Stubb's just keeping his distance as he has been all night. And I think his first 2 matches, a fair distance between him and his opponents. So we are 5 minutes away from 4 hours, and I am 90 minutes, in fact more than that, past my bedtime now. Yeah, is that? That's what they do. These Bitcoin miners, Trojans. So it's back to within 2, but it's Stubb at the table with a 3 ball lurking behind a 9 ball over the corner pocket. But easy enough to get to. This looks good. A decent enough line to give him a chance at the 4. Well, that kiss on the 7 might be a lifeline for Spectre Dawn, because had Stubb missed that, he would have been on the 6 into the middle. And now he's got one chance. Well, no, tell a lie. He's got 2 chances at the bank, or he can try and play a combo. But to me, the best shot is the bank, reverse bank. Is he looking to? What's he trying to do here? Difficult to see what he's trying to do. Is he going for it in this pocket? He's trying to run behind a 9, that's what he's trying to do. And he hasn't got there, and he hasn't got the 6 safe either. Inspector Dawn just finding enough room to get past that 7. And now, very shortly, should be back within 1. So hanging on to Stubbs' coattails. And it's Spectre Dawn breaking just 1 rack behind, trailing by 6-5. But the scratch on the break, and that's gifted, wrapped up in a bow for Stubbs' free go to extend his lead again with ball in hand. Well, it's hard work to get this cue ball moving and avoid running into something here. Well, he's brushed off the 6, but it's done him no harm. But now, at this distance, how good is he going to be? The best thing to happen is cutting this and running into the 8, because that way he's got the 4-9. And that couldn't have worked out any better. Well, at least some of these racks are finishing early, because that's taking another 2 or 3 minutes off the rack, and it takes Stubb back into that 2-rack lead, 7 racks to 5. Ball in the break is a 4 ball, cutting the 1. He's had a blast at it. Oh, look at that. Look at that for a result. Oh dear. Well, Stubbs in a hurry. I mean, that's a good thing about Stubb. He's in a hurry to get it finished, which is all the better for me, so I can get out of here. Again, a fair bit of travel, forward and back down. Is he playing the big deep draw again? No, he's playing the big stun. Is it going to get there? Yes, it is. It's pretty nigh perfect. So now Stubb is 1 away from taking out the big pot, which is $785 Spectre Dawn. If he's runner up, the way it's going at the moment, we'll get $390, and that money goes back down as far as 5th and 6th, who both get 145. 4th place gets 195. 3rd gets 260, which is Potman. Well, Spectre Dawn has the table at his mercy again if he can get this 1 and get on the 2. Well, from that position, he had to be looking to leave that straight for the 2-9. I can't think of any other reason to put the cue ball there. Or the only other thing is he's ran too far to take the 2 into the right middle. So in the end, I don't know what he played. But it's safe to say that that might be his last shot of the tournament, because Stubb is looking to clean up. And, well, there's no doubt that Stubb's been the best player in the tournament this week, by far. Gone all the way through, from start to finish, and just completing the formalities here. The only one thing he wants to do here is make sure he's got the angle in the 6 ball, which he has done. And that can get him out into the table to get good on this 7. And that will be it, pretty much over. If he goes forward, he just does not want to go too far across. He could have ended up being somewhere near that 8 ball. He's well away from that. And it is all over. So, whatever you do, try and join us tomorrow night at 8. I'll be on here just before 6. We'll have some of the other matches before the main one starts, and that's between Mal and Albinario. Meanwhile, well done to Stubb. He wins Friday night 9 ball by 9 racks to 5. And I am heading to bed, guys. I will bid you good night and take care, and I hope to see you tomorrow. I am out, and I am gone.